Alrighty, tunes. I think we're gonna go ahead and get going. We got some work to do tonight. Let's go ahead and get us started. Hello. Hi. 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 How are you all? How's everyone doing? Hello, Beckers and other VOD watchers. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a day. It has been a day. It has been a trying sort of day. Here, let me get this gun. It has been kind of a frustrating day. So I figured it's a good day to sit down, work on some art, and decompress a little bit, right? Balance out that stress, and just have a chill evening. I think that's a good plan. I don't know if we're gonna get this done tonight. I feel like we made a lot of really good progress on Tuesday. So if we could maintain that, then maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where we get to. I think we'll go ahead and just sort of jump right on into it. Hello, Standing. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. Alright, why don't we go ahead and just sort of jump into it then. Yeah. So I gotta say, been a good day, glad it's winding down. That's good. That's good. I'm glad your day has been good overall. Yeah, sometimes you get to the end of the day and you're like, this was good, but I'm glad it's over. I think that's fair. I'm looking at the sketch that I did. Because we got effectively 4 leaves here. We got the center one, we've got this one, we've got this. Okay, I see what I want to do. How'd you like it? Yeah, I feel like it's coming along very well. I'm very pleased with the rate that we are progressing on it for sure. Okay, so I'm going to make a couple of adjustments in here, but the main thing is we're going to come in with a new leaf, the center one. It's going to come in right through here. And just sort of increase the mask effect a little bit. And then that can kind of curve down like this. Right? And give us a little bit more variety to the shape. Do I like that? I don't like that actually. No, I don't care for that. Okay. I'm mostly just thinking about the arrangement of the leaves on the tail and trying to figure out sort of how I want them all to sit. It's fine, but it's not correct, I guess is how I would put it. So I think the leaves on the bottom are actually the largest ones. So I was a little bit annoyed this week, a little bit, just because if you guys have been sort of following the gaming news, I'm sure you probably saw something about the new Valve hardware that they teased. You know, so there's a new VR headset they finally sort of announced, confirmed, however you want to look at it, that they're doing that. There's a new, like, I don't know if I would call it a mini PC, but a new computer that they're making. Essentially like a Steam console, I guess you might describe it as. Which makes, I think it makes sense. I think it's very interesting. And a new controller, which I think looks kind of silly just because of the giant bottom piece that it has with the touchpads or whatever those are. But the specs for it also seem pretty dang good, so I think a little sacrifice in the name of cool features and performances is worthwhile. Okay, let's do this. Let's spread the... Oh, this is how we can do it. This is how we win. Alright. It's a little clear what the touchpads are for. I think a lot of it is for navigation outside of games. I think a lot of that is just sort of figuring out, like, or, you know, navigating menus. I suppose even some games, you know, have menus that make more sense to navigate with a mouse than with a thumbstick. So I feel like a lot of it is for that. That's sort of what in my mind it's about. So yeah, I think it's all very cool. The main reason I'm sort of frustrated by it is just like this time last year, more or less. Like I think I bought my VR headset for Black Friday last year. And then I bought my mini PC earlier this year. And you know, like they announced this stuff this week. They did not announce a release date. They did not announce a price tag. So even if I, you know, held out for this moment, I would still be waiting a while long before it's actually possible to buy them. But I'm still kind of like, where were you a year ago? Where were you when I needed you, Gabe? So yeah, mildly annoyed by that, just because of the what could have been of it, you know? But I think it'll be very interesting. I think it'll be a good option for a lot of people. So here's kind of, as far as I'm aware, they have not announced a price point for any of this hardware, right? And I don't know, the VR headset seems pretty good, but one of my friends who looked closer at the specs, it sounded like it doesn't do anything really amazing compared to some of the other headsets that are available, right? So if it's wildly more expensive than, say, a Quest, I feel like that could be kind of a detrimental element to its success, right? I think it either has to be substantially better or comparable price. And then sort of the same thing for, I've seen it being called the Gabe Cube. One of my friends called it that. I'm gonna call it the Gabe Cube because that's kind of the best and obvious name for what it has to be. I realize that they probably can't legally call it that, but it has to be known as the Gabe Cube. So, to me, like, the Steam Deck is, it's like $450 for the handheld? It's something like that. How much is a Steam Deck? Am I misremembering? Because I was looking at this a bunch before. Oh, no, it's, well, okay. Okay, yeah, you're factoring in, like, eBay and shit, so... Okay, yeah, so the cheapest Steam Deck is $400. That's what it is. If you want the OLED with more memory, that's $550, and then the most memory is $650. Okay. So I don't know, like $400 for a handheld PC of, reasonable strength, I think is a really good deal. But yeah, then it gets up to like console ranges. High-end console ranges. So this throws my argument out a little bit. But, what I could see Valve sort of aiming to do with these is have the Steam Deck be the most budget option, right? $400 gets you in Steam library, portable, nice size factor, very easy to work with, very comfortable, but not super strong, right? That's kind of the downside, is you're not getting a lot of performance out of it compared to something else. The GameCube would be a step up from that, right? It's more expensive, but it's, a reasonably powerful, completely competent computer. Essentially an entry-level gaming computer, like what a console should be. Microsoft. And then past that point, if you want a really high performance machine, you're gonna buy the parts and make a PC yourself, or you're gonna buy a performance machine from a computer, I'm not gonna say manufacturer, but someone that a company that would put together something for you. I'm pretty sure everyone is handling the console wars better than Microsoft at this point. The public consensus seems to be that the console wars are over, and I can't really debate that. Microsoft is basically just setting their entire camp on fire. Never thought it would end in my lifetime, but here we are. Truly the end of an era. Microsoft Flight Sim on the PS5. I'm surprised it can even fit on the PS5, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, it's in the fucking name. Microsoft on PS5. That's how you know it's over. That's how you know it's done. Howdy, Mage. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, that is, if I were Valve, that's how I would try and position this hardware and get it sort of into a place that makes it appealing to people. Howdy, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good wind up to the week. So yeah, am I gonna get any of it? Probably not, just because it would, be largely redundant for me. If I had not bought the Quest last year, then yes, I would be looking at that VR headset very, very closely. A business trip? Oh, I hope it went well. Yeah, I thought you might have got me cat ears. Well, yeah, I thought it was interesting, and obviously I'm loving all the GameCube memes that are going around. Well, I'm sure you got the points for it. Here we go. Okay, yeah, that feels better. Just get more, like, distinction. I wonder if we'll be able to use the GameCube as a PC or if it's just for games. So when I was looking, right, I was sort of going back and forth a while ago on buying a handheld PC. You know, there's no head pepperoni, is there not? Did I turn it off? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, there is. When I was looking at headpads, when I was looking at getting a handheld PC versus a mini PC, right? There's a lot of the stats on them are fairly similar. You know, it's a very, thank you for the headpads. It's very similar, you know, form factor, room for what they can put in. So they're using a very similar hardware from what I could tell. The reason I ultimately went for a mini PC over a handheld is the versions of the OSs that the handheld PCs tend to run are somewhat tuned towards gaming, right? So like you can get a Steam Deck and it's running SteamOS, which is a branch of Linux. So you can use it as a computer, right? You can dual boot Windows off of it, I'm pretty sure. But it might not be as good as just, you know, at functioning as a computer compared to your typical desktop, laptop, mini PC, you know, something that's more sort of universally calibrated. That is the understanding that I got while I was shopping around. You know, one of my friends recently got a what is it called? I think we were looking at it. It's called the Anthor, AYNTHOR, which basically a little Android computer, sort of built to look like a Nintendo DS, but it just runs a version of Android, and you're able to play games on it. It's pretty remarkably capable, but you know, he was sort of showing it to me and I'm like, damn, I kind of want one. But you know, we were discussing like what it's good for, what it's not good for, and you know, he was sort of saying like if the main thing that I was thinking to use it for was just to play my PC library, at that point just get a Steam Deck, right? The really cool thing about the Thor is its capability of running emulators and, you know, more sort of off the beaten path stuff, right? If you're just playing your Steam library with it, a Steam Deck is probably going to outperform that. So yeah, it's kind of a matter of figuring out like what exactly your use case is, and then figuring out which piece of hardware is going to best accommodate that particular situation. I feel like especially these days, computers are getting so sort of comparable in their specifications, in their hardware. Like you look at the numbers and they're not gonna, they don't change that much, right? You don't see a lot of fluctuations in the values. So I think a lot of it does sort of come down to start trying to figure out what is going to be the best one for accommodating your particular need. So yeah, to sort of your original pondering, I do think the GameCube will be entirely capable of running as a computer. Like you'll definitely be able to do internet browsing, video watching, probably run other software on it for sure. But how well would it be able to do like art software, video editing? Would it support like drawing tablets? I don't know because that is a little bit more niche. Yeah, one of the other things I was very sort of considerate of was, if I was going to get a Steam Deck or whatever, I would still want to be able to like run my drawing tablet and do all of my streaming stuff off of it. And since it's running a version of Linux, how much would I be, sort of running into trouble trying to get everything running on that as opposed to just getting a computer that's running Windows and go with the more straightforward option, right? Because I know everything that I use runs Windows because I'm already running it, right? Saves me the headache of figuring that out. So it's all about, it's largely a game of trade-offs and figuring out your particular needs. Do you guys remember? I think it was even on Tuesday. I was talking about how sort of the apparent release cadence that CIG wants to do with Star Citizen, and how they really seem to be trying to push the next update 4.4 out to release as soon as they can get it. I was saying from the mindset of this is a game in development, it is a game that they are actively working on and testing, and they need that feedback from players, preferably sooner rather than later so that they can make appropriate decisions and corrections and fixes, and not just sort of incubate on it for forever and ever. And that's still true. But, they need to sort of conduct themselves with the mindset that it is a game in development if they want to do that. So, I'm annoyed because it feels like, once again, CIG is trying to eat their cake and have it too. They announced this week that they are going to be doing their first ever Twitch drops during the Aerospace Expo. Which I think the armor set that's going to be available, I think it looks cool. I like that. That's fine. But I don't like that they're doing the Twitch drops. To me, Twitch drops are for games that are done. They're for games that are released, and you're trying to sort of build your community, build viewership, and reward your existing community. Right? So like Dune Awakening has done a couple of Twitch drop sessions. Excuse me. I think Arc Raiders had Twitch drops to celebrate its launch. No Man's Sky will typically do some Twitch drops when they put out an expedition or a major update. Elite Dangerous has done paint jobs. A lot of times they have like the same couple of paint jobs, so it's like if you missed it, they'll just wait for the next drop session, you can get it. These are all games that are complete, and you're doing something to celebrate a release or a milestone, something to that effect. And I don't agree with Star Citizen doing Twitch drops. I don't agree with it because it sends the message that the game is closer to being done than it is, and it should be perceived by those outside of the existing player base as being a game ready to drop money on. And I think for most people it is not. I don't think it's in that place. So I personally would really like to see them walk that back. Well, they're not going to walk it back, but I would like to see them not do it again until the game is closer to release. Because I think what's going to happen is that they're going to push 4.4 to release. I think they're going to put it out with IE, and then they're going to broadcast that on Twitch. And a lot of people are going to tune in and see Levski, the new port, running at like sub 25 frames per second and go, what the fuck? And they're gonna see ships jumping around all over the place as server desync goes insane. We're gonna see missions not working. I tried to do some cargo hauling, and I got the mission. I went to the elevator. I went to the port where I was supposed to pick up the stuff, and there was nothing there. There just wasn't any cargo for me to move. I was like, all right, buddy. I don't think the game is quite ready to have the public spotlight on it like that. Every time Star Citizen does like a CitizenCon or whatever, they have a major update, or something big happens with it, it'll generate some headlines. But I feel like there's a difference between, CIG hit this funding milestone, or they did this, and it sort of gets caught up in the media churn, as opposed to putting up a bunch of signs and spotlights and being like, hey, look at our game, it's ready to play. And it's like, brother, it's not there, man. Like, the best position that they can be in is having people, but one day, I think it's fair to say one day, I think the game is going in a direction. I think it is going in a positive direction. So I think, yes, one day, but it is not today. And I think the thing that kind of works well for them in the short term is having the existing player base that, when people come in to a stream, just like a regular stream or whatever, they're kind of like, okay, interesting. What's going on here? And there's someone to explain it, right? They're like, oh, I had heard about the JPEGs of ships. I didn't realize they were flyable. And then someone has to sort of sit them down and be like, yes, they're flyable, but be aware of these things, right? Whereas I feel like if you just put it out on a broader sort of open floor and no one is there to contextualize what is happening or what the audience is seeing, it's not going to be a great look. So I'm a little bit concerned, but you know, if that's how they want to set the ship on fire, then they can go for it, I guess. I'm gonna pour myself some tea real quick. With all of that said, with all the negativity laid out, I did play some last night. I went into one of the ASD facilities and I had to go find some research logs. You know, start tracking after this mad scientist and figure out what he's trying to do and why he was sort of showing some renewed interest in this facility. The story is fairly interesting, but the facility, the way that they've designed them, the way that they sort of set the mood in them is really good. I have been really impressed anytime I've tried to go in. It was very stressful last night. So, you know, I was on my own. I didn't like team up with anyone to do this or anything. And for the most part, it went okay. You know, I'm sort of going through, checking my doors and corners. Very important. Always check your doors and corners, chat. You know, sort of making my way down a little bit, sort of figuring out which way I need to go, how to navigate point A to point B. And part way through, you know, I'm getting down. It's like another level or two until I get to the objective where I need to get. And, you know, there's been some helpful audio cues. You know, the NPCs will chatter a little bit. They'll sort of give little indications of their presence, and I can, you know, I'll hear that and I'll stop and I'll sort of get into a crouch and you know, make sure I get the drop on them and not the other way around. Then there were a couple of surprises that I had to deal with. So I'm just going through, I'm doing my thing, and I clear out a couple of guys and I hear gunshots, like very faint and off in the distance, and I'm like, someone is shooting, but it's not at me. Someone else is here. And I never fully figured out if there were other players in the instance. I never figured out if anyone else loaded into or was like in the same space as I was. But there was a point where I got into a huge firefight where, God, it must have been like 12 characters. I would guess at least 2 of them were other players. You know, one of them saw me and shot at me, and so I sort of crouched behind some cover while they were shooting and then popped my head up while they were stopped and like pointed at them but didn't shoot. You know, I was trying to indicate like, I'm not here to kill you, I just want to go, right? I wasn't going to try and type anything out, but I was just like, Don't shoot me, I won't shoot you. And I thought it got the message across because he kind of looked at me and then left. Like he went to go deal with somebody else, and I sort of followed behind him, and there were some other people, so we shot at them. You know, I tried to provide some cover to him to show, like, see, I'm friendly, I'm helping you to deal with these other people. And then he turned and started shooting at me again, so I pulled out my sniper rifle and put one between his eyes, because like, all right, buddy, you're not getting the message, and I'm not going to let you do that to me. But it turned into like 2 minutes of running and gunning, you know, diving for cover, recovering, you know, using healing items. And they just kept fucking coming. It was insane. It was honestly incredibly nerve-wracking. Because yeah, I swore like there were people in there. And people are always, you know, the more dangerous opponent. NPCs are, to some degree, predictable and manageable. It's when the players get involved that you don't know how shit's gonna go. Though, I gotta give the devs credit that in the heat of the moment, during that whole exchange, I couldn't tell just at a glance who was an NPC and who was a player. Like, it was convincing enough that I was just like, everyone here is a threat, and everyone is moving like tactically enough and threateningly enough that I just have to treat them all the same. You know, with ships, there's actually a really easy giveaway, which is players are not able to put spaces in their names. You can put underscores. But when you scan a ship, if it's an NPC, they will always have a first and last name and sometimes a nickname in quotations. Right? But they will have 2 to 3 distinct names separated by spaces, whereas players can't do that. So if you scan a ship, you know, if you honk and a single name shows up, you know that's a player. Whereas if it's like a proper name, you know it's an NPC. And on foot, you don't get to do that. There is no scanning on foot yet. There's no identification system unless they're on your friends list or in your org. So I was just going off of behavior and mannerisms. I was just like, shoot everybody. No one down here is friendly. Yeah, it was stressful, but it was fun. And I was quite impressed with how they've put those together. And from what they have described, essentially there are going to be different sort of tiers of this kind of content depending on, more or less depending on your comfort with PvP, right? So in the Pyro system, they have just full balls to the wall PvP, we'll call them deep dungeons, right? Essentially you go in, there's various rooms to clear, traps to solve, puzzles to solve. But the whole thing is just an open PvP zone, right? Everyone else, potentially on the server, can just pile into the same space that you are playing in. And then you're all fighting each other over the resources inside. The ASD facilities are, I think, kind of in the middle. So, you know, there's some PvP. There's some areas where you're definitely going to, or you know, you have a higher chance, a decent chance, of running into other players. but most of what you're going to be worried about and dealing with is going to be the environment and the NPCs that spawn therein. And then the one that they're working on and they're planning to introduce in the Nyx system is going to be entirely PvE. You're going to go into your own instance of it like a dungeon and just play through at your own pace, and you don't need to worry about other players showing up and shotgunning you in the back or the front. They might just show up, they might just, you know, run in. It's not so much like a stealth or danger thing. It's just like, hi, here's my shotgun, what do you think? I showed you my shotgun, please respond. So I like that. I like the idea of, you know, depending on your comfort level and the type of content, you know, we can provide sort of different versions that each person can find the one that they most agree with. So I don't know. It is a game of dichotomies. There are parts of it that are working quite well and I think are quite successful. There are a lot of things that still need balancing or further development. I think that's fine. I think there's a lot of, you know, discussion that could be had over whether it's okay that it's taken this long to reach this point, but sort of beyond that argument, I think the thing that I just most want to see from them is being honest about the state of the game, right? Not trying to lure new people in by thinking that they're going to get a clean, complete experience, when in fact the game is still a long way off from that. But I don't know, maybe they are banking on the existing player base. People come in for the Twitch drops, they see a bunch of people are playing Star Citizen, and then they come in and start asking questions at the streamers. Maybe that is the plan. It's like we're actually going to deploy our streamer community to act as ambassadors for the game, which, I don't know, at that point it's like, thank you for volunteering, citizens. We didn't. Thank you for volunteering, citizens. I don't know, to be fair, I guess, a lot of marketing now is social media driven, right? So many games, I think, have hit a level of success because they got big with streaming. Right? People watched someone else playing it and went, oh shit, that's really cool. I want to play that. It is honestly very true that sort of Twitch engagement, streamer engagement is part of marketing strategies these days. Which I think is, I don't know, it's fair, it's fine. I don't think it's worse than what we had in the past, you know, where everything was like glitzy trailers and TV spots. Gets eyes on it to people might not have looked it up on their own. Exactly. A streamer you like starts playing it, or you raid into somebody who's playing it, and then yeah, people sort of discover it that way. And you know, you could do like a sponsored stream or a promo stream, but otherwise it doesn't cost you anything to do that. It is by comparison far more accessible. It actually gives a more like candid impression of the game. You know, it's not that sort of, I think especially these days, especially after the you know, big production value trailers of stuff like Watch Dogs and Anthem and everything, people have gotten very wary of, you know, big production value trailers of like, okay, but what does the game actually look like? Whereas yeah, if you just watch a streamer playing a game, it's like, okay, this is the game. I can see what we're dealing with, and I can decide based on what is entering my eye holes and earballs if I like this or not. And yeah, to that end, I think Star Citizen timing this with the free fly does make a lot of sense, right? You see people playing it on Twitch, you watch them for a little bit, you're like, okay, cool, and I can try it right now for free. That's great. You go over, you download the game, you try it, you decide whether or not you want to put money on it. That makes a lot of sense. I think that part is fine, right? I don't have any issue with that part. The issue that I have, again, is the game is not as ready for public prime time as I think CIG's marketing department would like people to believe. And I worry about it giving the wrong impression to people. We'll see. Also when I was watching somebody play, I was watching Eve play Dispatch last night, and even though she was playing like the final chapters of the game, so I have an idea of how the game ends. Apparently there's a lot of variability to the ending, and the writing is really good. So yeah, even though I saw an ending to the game, it still kind of gave me a sense of like, okay, but I still kind of want to pick this game up just to try it myself and see what ending I get and see the rest of the writing in here, because the writing is really good. So yeah, it works. It works really well. It is a good marketing tactic. When engaged appropriately. I'm trying to figure out this tale. I think we're doing an okay job of it. Kind of like the slight modeling that we're getting just from my little painterly fuck-ups. Go. I tried a new place nearby, new food place. It's like an Indian fusion. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I wish there was a little bit more food. I got myself a little snack for later because it was a pretty satisfying dinner, but I don't think it's gonna keep me full for the rest of the evening. I got a little snack before the stream started, just sitting on my desk, so once I start feeling peckish, I might dig into that a bit. I'm not going out for food as much as I was before. I'm trying to cut it back a little bit just because I feel like it's getting more and more expensive. You know, a lot of the places that I go are like local places. So I don't feel, you know, it's not some like big corporate maximizing profits or anything. I feel like it's, you know, these guys are like, yeah, this is just what we have to do to make it work. So I don't fault them or anything, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm kind of draining too much money doing it this frequently, so I'm trying to cut back a little bit. It's probably a little bit healthier too. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was a video that I watched earlier that I thought was really interesting. I'm trying to remember what it was. YouTube has started putting like ads. Like, hey, you watch this ad, and putting it in my watch history, and it's like, shut the fuck up. That is the last information that I want to know. I guess not. Could have sworn there was something interesting that I was trying to remember, but it's not coming to me. It's not coming back. Oh well, not a big deal. I did see there was one, so, apparently, in the next patch, they're changing a little bit of weapon balancing so that depending on the size of weapon on your ship, the fall off distance will be more or less. So one of the problems that has been there essentially since they started introducing larger ships is the larger ships just get kind of chewed up by smaller ones. Which doesn't really work or make sense, right? Like, you shouldn't be able to take down a battleship with a bunch of single-seater fighters going pew 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 until it explodes, right? Just whittling it down until there's nothing left. I think there are real-world examples if we want to be super fair, and obviously a lot of the real danger to battleships in World War II was not other battleships, it was the fighter squadrons. So yeah, there's reasons, there's arguments, but the real practical end result is that no one had real reason to field large ships other than for the fun of it. So what they're rolling, or what they're testing, and they're probably going to roll out in the next patch, is going to be fall-offs based on size of weapon. So if you have, say, a size 2 weapon, you know, energy weapons, I think, will have a range of something like 900 meters. And ballistics will be like 1200 meters. Right, so that's for, say, a size 2 weapon. And then a size 3 weapon would have a range of 1200 meters for energy, 1500 for ballistics, and size 4 weapon would have a range of 1500, 1800, right? So each size tier of weapon increases the effective range of it. So now a single-seater fighter with size 2 and size 3 weapons is going to have to engage through a larger ship with its size 4 and size 5 weapons and have a few hundred meters of just having to dive through their field of fire and try not to get torn up before they can actually have any effect on the ship that they're trying to attack. I think this is a really good change. One of the ships that I'm looking at getting, the Guardian, the Guardian looks like if a TIE Interceptor hit the gym, right? It's got that nice 4-pronged design with the center body, but then it's like it's beefy. It's a beefy boy. Sort of described as being a bounty hunter. So they released 2 versions of it initially, the Guardian and the Guardian QI, which is the interdictor, right? It has a quantum damping field that makes it so that people can't try to escape, can't jump away while the interdicting field is running. I think Elite has a similar thing. Yeah, it's the red and white one with the 4 forward struts. That's the kid. She's expensive, but I want to save up for it. Because I think it's cool and I think it's worth it. In-game. I'm not buying it in real life, just to clarify. So yeah, they initially released the Guardian and the QI, and those come with size 5 weapons. And then they released, very shortly thereafter, the MX, which is sort of built to be more like a dedicated combat vessel, right? It's less of a hunter killer and more just like straight on dogfighting. So the MX has more missiles, which is where the MX comes from, and it takes off the 2 size 5 guns and puts on 4 size 4 guns, which got a lot of sort of raised eyebrows and negative response, because like if you go to the ship build calculators right now and you put the two side by side, like pound for pound the MX just does more damage. The only arguable benefit is that the size 5 guns can maybe hit a little bit harder against larger targets, but I don't know that that sort of like damage compensation for size is even fully implemented into the game, so I don't know that that's actually a benefit to take into account. Okay, yeah, give me 1 second to finish this thought up, and then I'll you can go ahead and ask the question. I'll jump back to it as soon as I'm done with this thought. Right. So yeah, there was a lot of question of like, did you just like sell us a ship and then immediately replace it with a better one and expect people to buy it like immediately thereafter? Because that's kind of shitty. And maybe they did, but I think the benefit of them sort of adding this in, you know, now you can actually start to make more nuanced decisions, right? Do I want the size? I'll lose a little bit arguable damage output, but I will be able to engage from a greater distance and, you know, sort of meet ships of a higher caliber that I, you know, if I were in the MX, I would have to really get more up close and personal and risk taking some hits as I'm closing the gap. So if they roll all this in as they seem to be doing, I think it's going to be a really good addition. I think it's going to be a real good sort of extra facet of consideration and calculation for what ships you want to take and how you want to employ them. But again, I think it's really important to like make it clear to people that are sort of looking at the game. It's like, yeah, all of this is still very much in flux, and we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff changing over the coming months and even years. So if you're looking for a clean, complete game experience, check back later, because it's not here yet. What was your question, Mage? You mentioned in the past that renting and transport ships and running cargo was a good way to make money in the game. Is it worth investing in your own cargo ship in that scenario as a consistent means of income? So I think the short answer is yes. I think the short answer is going to be yes. I'm trying to think about what in the game is like a hard limitation or would be a really solid reason to buy your own cargo ship as opposed to renting one. Because the short answer is the rental ships you can't customize in any way, right? So you can't get faster jump drives, you can't modify it in any way that would sort of cater to your particular needs. I don't know how much in the current state of the game that would really be a major factor, right? I think it is worth it, if only because it's fun to have your own ship that you can sort of more readily do with as you will, and you don't have to constantly go back and drop money to get access to the same ship over and over again. So let me put it this way. The ship that I sort of used to set up my initial sort of money to play with on this run of the game was the Hull A. It's the whole series is sort of like the bread and butter cargo ship of the Star Citizen canon. It's a space truck. It's a literal space truck. It is a truck in the space. It's got very truck vibes. It has shit for maneuverability, but you can just hook cargo boxes to the side of it and go. Right? Very, very convenient in that regard. So the Hull A, I don't remember what the rental cost of it was. It wasn't super high. But, you rent the ship, so you've dropped money, right? You are in the red for renting the ship. And now you have, depending on how long you rented it for, 24 hours to 1 week to make that money back, right? Which for a Hull A is very easy. Let me look it up. A Hull A costs you 34,000 credits to rent for 24 hours. This is less than a single cargo hauling mission of a size that the Hull A would be able to more than be able to accommodate, right? Obviously, all these numbers will probably change, so don't take any of this as absolute gospel or anything, but good point of reference for right now. So you rent a Hull A, you're in the red for 34,000 credits. You do a single cargo hauling mission, you're in the black, right? You've made a profit. A lot of the missions hover around the 50,000 credit mark, so you've made a profit of 16,000 credits, which is fine. But if you only end up doing the one mission, then you made a profit of 16,000. And then you do another one, like you don't do another one for the remainder of the day because you have to go to bed, go to school, go to work, do errands, whatever. So you haven't made a ton of money. And then if you want to do it again, you have to rent the ship a second time. So now you're in the red, right? Like you're not making profit at a substantial rate. And yes, well, so the Hull A costs 1.7 million to buy. But once you have it, you have it, right? And you can just call it up and use it whenever you want. you know, the ship that I'm thinking about getting, I really like, and they buffed it a little bit recently to improve its functionality. The Raft. Check out this badass. I love this guy. He's so cool. I love Argo's like heavy industrial design. So that guy moves considerably more cargo, like 3 times more cargo than the Hole does. It costs 3.5 million to buy, but it costs 70,000 to rent. So you have to do more than one cargo hauling mission to get out of the red for renting a raft, right? At a certain point, it turns kind of detrimental. And the number of ships that are available to rent, like you can't rent all of them. There are a number of ships that you can rent, and it's different depending on which port you go to. So it's not like, oh, I can just rent and fly whatever I want. No, that's only during the special events. Next project is to finish a new PC. Congratulations. Mine was looking into potentially dipping toes in. I also got overwhelmed trying to absorb the tome info at once, so I like turning it over a longer period of time. Yeah, and that's totally fair. I think the big challenge with a lot of space games, like the first challenge that you really run into is dodging debris. The second challenge is the controls, right? Every space game has a lot of Space Bears, apparently, has a lot of controls. There's a lot of stuff to learn how to do. And so, trying to, yeah, X4 is incredibly brutal in that regard. I think a big part of the problem is that X4 is effectively like 3 games rolled into one. For a second, I wondered if the cat ears had just never turned off, but I see they got turned back on. That's fair. Don't be scared, he's just a little goober. But yeah, X4, you're trying to learn an economics game, a real-time strategy game, and a space sim all at the same time, and it is so stupidly complicated. Hello, Jack. Happy Friday. You made it. You're almost to the weekend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think by comparison, Elite has a lot of key bindings. It has a lot to understand about how to run your ship, but then that's pretty much the entire game, right? That's the extent of what you need to learn and figure out. Star Citizen has first-person content and ship management content, so I would say it's more complicated, and Elite does technically have on-foot stuff, but honestly, you could play Elite Dangerous without really ever engaging on the on-foot stuff, and you wouldn't miss that much, which sucks, but it's true. Star Citizen, you can't get away with that. No Man's Sky, I think, is probably the easiest in terms of learning the controls, like, they definitely made the game entirely playable with the controller, right? And so, limited number of possible inputs, limited amount that you have to learn how to do. Where No Man's Sky runs into its complexity is the amount of things that you have to like understand about the game, right? Where to get certain resources, how to refine them, what combines to make what. You know, there's just many layers of complexity in that regard. And yeah, after a while, it kind of becomes rote. Like, okay, you made enough chromatic metal that you know where to find the core ingredients for that, and it's really easy to sort of spot it intuitively. But for a while, you are going to be checking the wiki or checking the in-game codex. It was not nice to be this week. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I hate those weeks. But hey, they pass. I hope you feel better soon. Hang in there, Chew. I feel like it was hard to balance the work of on-foot activities when compared to ship. I think to some degree, yes. I think... I don't know, like... You are right. I think a lot of Elite's problem comes down to the fact that the on-foot stuff was not there from early on in the game's life cycle, so it was both sort of mechanically and balance-wise never built to accommodate both of them. And thank you for the watch streak, Jack. Right. I think there was a lot of trouble that Elite ran into because they were trying to sort of force the on-foot gameplay in, and both the engine struggled to support it and they didn't really know what to do with it mechanically. You know, you look at stuff like No Man's Sky or Star Citizen, where that is there from the outset. And there is more sort of a sense of the ship is there to facilitate your gameplay rather than being the primary vehicle of your gameplay. Creates a very different experience. Yeah, EVE Online is entirely ship driven, and it is so thoroughly ship driven that even when they try and introduce adjacent gameplay, like they tried introducing Dust 514 years ago, right? Have this sort of adjacent first-person shooter that would tie into the EVE universe, and spoiler, it didn't go great because yeah, when you have spaceships with doomsday devices on them, trying to explain the value of on-foot action is kind of hard. Ooh, what's a new hobby? I don't know, like, at some point, growing wheat. You know what? Fair. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well, Mr. Green Thumb. What is that? Get that out of here. I don't know, like at some point, I think like Cyberlight has to come back down to being about people at some point, right? Like, Star Trek is not about the Enterprise. It is about the people that crew it. Galactica is about the crew. Star Wars is about the characters. You know, there are iconic ships like the Millennium Falcon and the Razor Crest, but it's not the ships are not the ones that are driving the story. So yeah, I guess in the case of like the games that struggle to figure out the Ampha gameplay, I can understand, you know, mechanically that can be really limiting, but I think where it does kind of mess with the fantasy fulfillment side of things is you start to sort of drift away from the sense of being a person going on adventures. You're more sort of flying the ship. You know, the ship is the character. The ship is the one doing the things. Just kind of a weird vibe, you know? Not terrible per se. But I think it does have some issues. Get a little peckish. Hang on, I grabbed some naan and hummus, so I'm gonna munch on that if that's okay. That's good. Yeah, so I hope the grind goes well for you, Jack. I hope you enjoy it. I suppose one way or another it'll bring a little relaxation. I hope it is fun. You know, one thought I had. So, Jin has been playing Ocarina of Time the last couple of days, which is very fun, and now I'm probably gonna need to do some Jin Zelda art, especially if she plays multiple of them. But come on, Kaiga, use your words. You know, at one point, she was just kind of wandering around Kakariko, collecting chickens, popping into houses, talking to the NPCs. You know, a lot of us have like played Ocarina of Time already, so we're much more like familiar with the game and just trying super hard not to backseat. But it is kind of fascinating to watch somebody, especially someone who has a lot of experience playing games, come into Ocarina of Time and sort of see how they respond to it. But one of the things that she said that kind of tied into some of the stuff that we've been discussing lately is I'm paraphrasing here, but she said something to the effect of, it's been a long time since I've just played a game. Yeah, that's fair. And to be fair, I probably did some really dumb stuff the first time I played through it, but that was also like, I don't even know how many years ago. I don't want to think about it. One of the things that I sort of said in response, going off of stuff that we have talked about, is I think a shortcoming that a lot of games, a lot of modern games run into and need to sort of have a reckoning with. I think a lot of games are more a collection of systems than they are games. Yeah, people have generally been very good about it. And I have definitely like had moments of wanting to like nudge or drop a little hint. I'm like, kinda no. Kinda no. Let her have her fun and explore it. But also, holy shit. So, you know, obviously they're video games, right? They are programmed, they are going to run on systems and mechanics. You cannot fully remove that. And some games are just going to be very systems dependent, right? Strategy games, simulators and builders and stuff like that. Got that right now with a friend playing Hollow Knight for the first time. Oh yeah, I bet. You're just like, no, just go that way, just go that. You're going the. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just happy that you're happy. Hey, listen. I hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. Having a good wind down to the week, I hope. Trying to wrap up this. I don't know if we're gonna wrap this up. I'm enjoying it though. The tail was a little bit of a wrestle, but tail wrestling. How are you?
Oh, happy Thursday!
You pet a crow recently? Crows are good birds. But I don't know, like I think MMOs especially are really guilty of this, but even okay, it's a low-hanging fruit. But I think this is a big part of the enshittification of Ubisoft games. Right? If you go back to like the early Far Cry's or, you know, the Ezio Assassin's Creed games, yes, there were mini games, there were collectibles, there were, you know, objectives on the map to fulfill. But a lot of them sort of worked in service to the experience of being Ezio Auditore. And like, it was just fun to run across the rooftops of Venice, eliminating guards and seeing where you could get to, right? It wasn't always about the progression, it wasn't about the map completion. It was just like fun to do it. And I think that sort of got, like, it just sort of continued to snowball to the point of the completion of the checklist is given a greater weight than the experience that you have while completing the checklist. Like, Ubisoft is really guilty of this, I think. I think that is why so many Ubisoft games just feel very sort of hollow, and people, you know, look at the map full of shit to do and just scoff, because I think they sort of look at it and it's like, okay, yeah, I could do all of that, but am I going to have fun while I do it? You know, for definitely for Final Fantasy, probably some for WoW. I have not played WoW in like over a decade, well over a decade. So I have no idea what modern WoW looks like mechanically or systemically, but I imagine it is a somewhat similar situation of, you know, new patch drops, new content gets rolled out, gear level increases, run the new content to get better gear, which is, you know, like, don't get me wrong, I like, well, I should really put it in past tense at this point. I liked the content of 14. You know, I thought the raid designs were pretty cool. I thought the dungeons were decently fun. I liked the story. So, you know, not so much a detraction there, but the only reason that you have to run anything multiple times is because you want to get the gear, right? You want to get the loot drops, and you didn't necessarily get it the first time, so you got to go back in and run it until you get everything, right? And I had spreadsheets of, here are all my jobs, here's the gear that I have equipped on them, here's the associated eye level, so here's my average eye level for my character on this job, here's what I need to get the remaining gear, and where I need to get it, and how many resources I need to collect. It's just like, by the time we got to Dawntrail, I did a little bit of that, but I was just like, dude, I've got the gear to run the content that I want to run. I don't need to do this. And I'm not inclined to just repeat the same content ad nauseum for numerical improvements. It doesn't make the experience of playing the game substantially better. And I just don't want to do it. Oh, topic one, I write this down where the HDHD takes it and forget. You mentioned Ubisoft. I read earlier, Ubisoft halted the trading of its shares today and postponed its earnings calls. Oh. No, EA got bought. But what is Ubisoft doing? Oh. What the
fascinating development.
Has anyone checked Saudi Arabia recently? No, actually, I think if it's Ubisoft, it would probably be Tencent. Fascinating. I'm gonna have to look into that later because that sounds strange. I have to wonder. Well, because they're a European company. They're based in France, I'm mostly sure. So, I wonder what their regulations are on being publicly tradable prior to declaring bankruptcy. They might have to take themselves off the market before they can declare it. Ubisoft paid off the Grammys to get Star Wars... or Star Wars Outlaws? Okay, yeah, Ubisoft is France. I thought so. Wasn't 100% sure. It was like 1:30. I don't know if anything has changed since then. No, it is definitely interesting. I'm gonna have to look it up later and see what's going on. But also, yes, that does absolutely sound like something of like, what's the best video game soundtrack here? Benjamin says it's Star Wars. Also, it could just, well, no, I think you're right, Lucid. I could also imagine that it's just a bunch of Hollywood farts that recognize Star Wars but doesn't know what the fuck Claire Obscure is supposed to be, and so they just like didn't even give it the time of day. Meanwhile, Star Wars, that's a thing we know. Yes, put Star Wars in. Yeah, I'm sure there's good music in Outlaws. I'm sorry, do you mean Outlaws? Or... because we've dropped like three game titles at this point. I don't know which one we're talking about anymore. Okay. Yeah, out something. Star Wars outsized budget. Exactly. The Oscars are just like, what is going to win Best Animated? It's Disney. It's Disney. Why does anybody else even show up? We all know Disney's just gonna win it by default. Bob Iger steps onto the stage, his wallet or his checkbook just like falls out as he's climbing the steps. It's half empty. He's like, wow, this is such an honor. Who could have seen this coming? I'd like to thank the Academy for being a bunch of suckers with no moral integrity. nominate Disney the best and the worst. I think Snow White did win the Razzie. Or it might have, at least it was nominated. God, what a dumpster fire of a movie. Snow White has a 2.2 and 39%. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, now, out of curiosity, how does that compare to Tron Ares? Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of surprised it broke 2 out of 10. That seems better than it should be, but one of the things I learned a long time ago with critiques, reading, critical reviews, is you have to find critics that you agree with, right? Critics that just sort of seem to have similar opinions on the media that you like, right? Because then you have that sort of baseline of like, okay, I trust your opinion on these other things, so I'm probably in a good place to trust your opinion on this thing. Excuse me. Comment compilations, people. Yeah, those are amazing. Those are good. No, honestly, it's not bad. I feel like it just kind of released at some point, and then it got kind of made fun of, but was also just kind of like, whatever, and we all moved on very quickly. There was a headline that yes, Tron Ares is out. 6.554. Wow. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it scores that high. I guess it has like a decent soundtrack and it's got some cool visuals, so there's at least something of like a turn your brain off and enjoy kind of movie about it, as opposed to Snow White, which has little of any redeeming quality. What I've heard about the soundtrack, because I think it's Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails fame, what I've basically heard is, look, this soundtrack is pretty good, but you are living up to the legacy of Daft Punk. Good luck with that. Find someone with awful but consistent opinions, you can also use their views from them. That's fair. That's fair. You can look at their hot takes and then see how badly you disagree with it. Negative correlation. There we go, that's nice. You can just kind of fade off and abstract some of the detail in there, right? I like that. Especially once we zoom back. I think that blends really nicely. Let's go and knock this down a little bit. So I was thinking about this the other day. I think it was sort of a shower thought. Sort of on that subject of being trustworthy and being reliable. You know, one of the things that, you know, there are a lot of YouTube channels that I like to follow for news or thoughtful conversations, you know, stuff like Kurzgesagt, Kyle Hill, Astrum, you know. One of the things that I think is really difficult and that I kind of worry about sometimes with some of the stuff that I say on here, even though hopefully none of you guys take me nearly that seriously, is sort of the challenges of credibility, right? That if you get something wrong, right, you put out videos explaining certain things or putting forth certain ideas, and it turns out those ideas are wrong, your fact checking was bad. How do you know, that can be a real sort of hit to your credibility. It's like, okay, well, if you were wrong about this, how many other things were you wrong about? Yeah, Kyle's a lot of fun. He's a really good educator, though I admit I don't necessarily keep up with everything because I'm not smart enough. But I think he does a good job of explaining things. But Kyle's actually a really good example because he put out a video recently explaining, hey, a massive amount of the information that I have released recently is wrong. It was what he was explaining, because he has this series of videos. The guy is very into nuclear energy and nuclear technology, right? And so he's done a lot of public speaking on it, released a lot of videos talking about the history of humanity's relationship with the atomic energy and atomic materials. You know, he's toured Chernobyl, he's gone to nuclear sites and talked with the staff and researchers there. And so he's put out a lot of videos talking about nuclear power. But what he was saying was, you know, most sort of atomic research and understandings, you know, safety regulations and everything are based on the linear no threshold model of exposure. Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. I'm just sort of contextualizing it a little bit, right? To overly simplify it, the linear no threshold model, thank you for the reminder, by the way, essentially says, like, you start at 0 and any amount of radiation that you experience essentially just builds on top of itself, right? It just gets more and worse progressively. And it doesn't take into account the fact that the body has evolved with exposure to radiation as a fact of life and has built methods for absorbing radiation and compensating for the damage. So if you take X amount of radiation and then you're fine, kind of reset back to 0, right? There is a certain amount of radiation that the body is just able to tank. And the problem is when you go in excess of that or have excessive amounts of radiation over long periods of time. Right, but if you're exposed to reasonable, slightly elevated amounts, your body can kind of adapt to that. Essentially, most people use the linear no threshold model when it doesn't really translate to real world situations and real world, like, natural exposure to radiation and how the body is able to deal with it. And so all of these videos that talk about these various things and sort of present these events in that context and that understanding are not right. That's not me saying that. That's Kyle being like, hey, I put out all of these videos and put out all this information and I was wrong about it. And so, yeah, getting back to your point, Mage, I think the trick, I think the real answer is not to try and always be right. Yes, you want to fact check as best as you can. You want to research and corroborate and cite and make sure as best as possible that when you put declarative, authoritative information into the world, that you have done your due diligence to make sure that it is the correct information. But more importantly, is how you deal with when you get it wrong. Because you will. No one is right 100% of the time. And the bigger demonstration of your character and the demonstration of your worthiness to be an authoritative figure is to take accountability for when you screw up. I think we see that plenty of times with, everything as low impact as content creators to as high impact as politicians, of like, you get caught in, again, not even a lie, right? It wasn't necessarily that you deliberately obfuscated the truth, you just didn't have the correct information. And then you put forward the incorrect information. And then you get caught in that. And they don't take accountability. Right? They weren't like, shit, you're right, I fucked up. And I'm sorry, and we're gonna work on fixing this. They're just like, try and explain how they were actually right, or how it was someone else's fault. And I'm not perfect in this, right? I can definitely put bad information out there. I'm not always the best at accountability. I try to be. I know I'm not, because I'm stupid. And I am fallible. But I want to try and be better. I also just try and not put out like definitive statements about stuff. I try to at least sort of put the legal disclaimer of, this is what I understand, or this is what I have seen. Is that good enough? Probably not, but it's me making an attempt, right? Disclaimer, I'm not an expert in this field. This information is just based on what I'm aware of at the moment of time. This is not financial advice. Yes. I am not legal counsel. I am not financial counsel. I am not a doctor. I am not a psychiatrist. The only license I possess is a driver's license. Yeah, Kurzgesagt has put out a number of videos explaining their process and explaining, hey, we have definitely screwed up in the past. CGP Grey put out a couple of videos of like, hey guys, I fucked up. Ooh, Captain Mage. Been sailing in a while. Last time I went sailing, I got beamed on the head. That was not great. But yeah, I think to sort of write the conclusionary statement. Conclusionary, we'll roll with it. Yeah, it is more a matter of how you deal with being wrong than managing to always be right. Yes. There's a time I actually liked the water, then I almost drowned, and now I avoided like a, yeah, you know, I feel like that is a reasonable traumatic event that would be like, I think we need to reevaluate our relationship, Water. I think we should see other states of matter. I can get water on my face. Well, son, you might have a condition. I believe it's called hydrophobia. There's more overlap on the tip of the tail. I don't know. Overlap, you say? Like right here? Oh, the leaves connect on top. Oh, that part. You're right. Good catch. You're right. I was drawn through to make sure that the shape of the hair was consistent, but I never cleaned it up. Yeah, stuff like that. Absolutely. I appreciate if you guys catch little screw-ups like that. because I would be, I would be very grumpy clown if I delivered it to Amalia and then I was like, swap. Amalia, can you delete it? I need to go fix it. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, Lucid. I appreciate I appreciate you calling it out, and I appreciate being considerate. Not just I like adding a little bit of this like green into the underside, right? Bouncing a hint of the hair color onto the horn. Oh, that's the shit. That said, I do want to adjust a little bit of this, right? So a little bit more occlusion, right, where the horn meets the hair. Do the same thing over on this side. Good. And then because I think we have a little bit more sort of exposed backlighting, we'll bring this up a bit more on this side, right? So part of what makes it easy for me to swap is I don't have that many brushes. Like I have, let me just go on to another layer. I have sort of a soft brush that maintains its size. I can, change the weight. I have a brush that does both weight and size, and I have a brush that pretty much just does size. There's a little bit more complexity just because, Clip Studio lets me do the color mixing. So like the same brush that would, just do this, if I turn color mixing on, you see it gets a little bit more like water, a little bit more watery, a little bit more blendy. Right. So there's a little bit more to it than that, but like a lot of people will, collect these huge libraries of brushes for exactly this and that, and I'm just like, that's too much energy. Because then I feel like you're always hunting for exactly the right brush for the right situation. I'm like, just no, I can't be bothered. Clip Studio, all the stuff I draw is built on MS Paint. Oh man. That's a hell of a step up. Congratulations, welcome to the big leagues. Red was a better use over the yellow for those highlights. Yeah. So I will say, sort of, again, accountability, I am not going to be able to give you the best advice on how to use Clip Studio. Clip Studio has a lot of interesting stuff that is sort of unique to itself, right? Neat little functionalities and features and options and setups. Part of the reason that I went for Clip Studio over Sai, Krita, Corel Painter was, I needed something to replace Photoshop, and I found Clip Studio. I was able to get it to mostly behave like Photoshop, and then I could sort of figure out the little differences and learn the new workflow, right? But once I got it to that place where I'm like, yeah, this is like what I know and what I want to see, I haven't spent a ton of time getting deeper into Clip Studio's unique functionality. So there's a lot in there that I have just not really tapped into. And then there's really stupid shit like, so Clip Studio has a bunch of materials, right? So like if I go over here, well, you guys can't really see it because I hide all the menus on the side. If I pull it out, you can't really see it because it doesn't bring the thumbnails over, but there's a materials tool, which as far as I can tell is basically just other brushes. It's like fancy brushes. I'm like, why is this a different thing from just being a brush? I don't know. But they treat it differently. They treat it specially. And I think that's excessive, but it's what it is. Yeah, I haven't really spent a ton of time, and maybe somebody that is more familiar with Clip's particular mannerisms could say like, well, this is why they separate it. And I go, oh, okay, that makes sense. It really is to each their own. Like, at the end of the day, the big thing is making art, right? It is putting the ideas that you want into a form that other people can see and understand, right? And whatever medium or program lets you do that, use it. Like, people can be really snobby about like, oh, I like this program more than I like that one. But whichever one works the best for you and gets the results that you want is the right one. You know, I will rail against Adobe and Photoshop because I vehemently disagree with Adobe's pricing models and what they've done to the industry. But as far as the actual program itself goes, if Photoshop works for you, then use Photoshop. It's not my place to tell you not to. Use what works for you. There's no correct or incorrect. It's just how you learn with what you chose and taking what you see being done. 100%. And I used Photoshop for most of my, we'll call it career, right? Like I learned digital painting in Photoshop. I used it for decades. I finally switched off because I wanted something else. I wanted something more up to date, and I wasn't about to pay through the nose to have a newer copy of Photoshop. So, but, you know, like I said, I had my mode, my workflow, my tool usage that I knew, and I wanted something that would allow me to take most of my existing knowledge base and copy it over. And Clip Studio was like, yeah, we'll do it with a little bit of wrestling. We'll kind of have to have a conversation on how this is going to work, but we got there. And I like Clip. There's a few things, because I still have Photoshop at work. You know, we just use Photoshop licenses there. There's a couple things I'll like go back to Photoshop and I have to be like, oh right, these keys are different. Like the way that this thinks, the way that this behaves is different. There is actually one thing in this decorations that's quite nice. They have a leaf brush. Not that one though. This one. Color blending off. Yeah, see the size here doesn't quite agree. Brush the color gap. Do you have gray effect turned on? Yes, you do. We'll sort of fill this back out. And then we go in with this and we sort of good enough. And sort of break up that shape with more leafy forms. Yeah, as far as all the like rotation and stuff is concerned, that's more just me sort of moving the drawing into a position where the direction of the stroke is more natural. I don't really have to do like weird contortions of the arm and wrist to get the stroke to flow the way that I want. Alrighty, Jack. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope the growing goes real well. I hope you feel better. I hope you get some very good rest and have a fantastic weekend. Thank you, June. Everyone say goodnight. And listen, just so you are aware, there's no pressure to use it or anything, but there is a critique art redeem option. You ever have something that you want some eyes and feedback on? I can offer my opinions. And then of course, obviously on the Discord, you can always post your work as you wish. Like this slight breakup of the leaf, or like some of the lighting is still spilling over it. I don't know, that's cool. Oh, money. Money? Like for the program? Yeah, like, I just bring it up because it sounded like you were getting into it. I didn't know if it was an active thing. Oh, for the point redeem. Yeah, I did make it a little bit expensive just because... Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know if you were using... Yeah, my bad. I got confused. I'm stupid. I did make it a little bit expensive just because, you know, it does kind of... for lack of a better word, interrupt the stream, right, to do it. I just didn't want people... I didn't want people spamming it or people just coming in and using the redeem of 270,000. I know, I've got shit all for redeems. I don't know what to do. Recently started with Clipboard because making random emotes for people I know and only decided oh yeah, you hoard the channel points and the number goes up and that makes you go yay! I started with Clipboard because I have been making random emotes for some people I know and only because I did. Seems like as good a reason as any. 1.3 million. I don't think I have a million on Jin's channel. It's close. But I've also like bought Grim Jin a couple of times. That'll always chunk it down. Well, that's awesome, Liz said. I think everybody should have some sort of expressive hobby that they want to do. And it doesn't have to be, you know, a professional thing. It doesn't have to be something that you monetize or, you know, turn into a side gig or your main job or whatever. It's just, you know, something that lets you be creative now and again. Yeah, there is the tablet. That is... It used to be much more prohibitive. It used to be much more of an investment than it is now. I'm glad that has become much more accessible and come down in price. Though I imagine over the last year or so it's probably gone back up in price a fair amount. But it used to be like... You gotta save up for a Wacom or just stick to traditional materials. Or get really good with a mouse. Some people just got good with a mouse and I never understood it. They're built different. They're scary. Let's talk what their recommendations was every time to change the entire setup. Yeah, that's fair. You get all that and you're just like, okay. Look, like I said, some people get there. They figure out a workflow and a methodology that works really well, and they're able to use a mouse and make banger artwork. It's hard, but it is technically possible if you want to go down that road. This is about to get accessible over the weekend. I've been working personal computers on different desks, but I bought the monitor iron, so I can position all of them on the main. How many do I have? 6 including the laptop, yes. So yeah, I've got my desktop with 3 monitors. I have the mini PC with a monitor. The laptop has its built-in monitor. And then I have a monitor that is shared between the Traveler and the laptop. And I switch depending on which computer I'm using. And the monitor that is plugged into the Traveler was plugged into my desktop before I started running into the computer issues at the start of the year. Start of the year? Like spring. I could plug it back in, but at this point it's being used by the Traveler. I kind of want to leave it there, and I might try and get a new monitor for Black Friday or for Christmas. And just keep it simple. Yeah, I miss my 4th monitor. Because a lot of times the 4th monitor would be like my dedicated video monitor, so I would have Twitch or YouTube on there. And then, you know, I would have my drawing tablet, and then I would have a monitor for reference images or for general internet browsing, and then I would have another the 4th monitor, the center monitor, would either have like my games on it or just have something else going on. Monitor real estate is what it's like physical real estate. You never are able to like comfortably pare down. You start with 1 monitor and you upgrade to 2, and then you get comfortable with 2. And then you upgrade to 3 and you get comfortable to 3. And it's so hard to go back to 2. And going to 1 feels like you're in prison. I realize I'm sounding so spoiled right now, but it's true. Before anybody gives me flack about being a snobby 1%er, one of the monitors I've had for, pretty sure I've had it since college. One of the monitors I found at a Goodwill. One of them was a hand-me-down. Like, none of them are, you know, top of the line, super expensive monitors. I have just cobbled them together over the years. There was one, oh, I had that thing for I don't know how long. It was a monitor that my parents had, like 4x3, 1280 resolution, stalwart little thing that we must have had for like over 20 years. And it finally kicked the bucket. Unfortunately, I think the cable went bad, but the cable was built into the monitor, so once it died, there was nothing we could do about it. Oh, like an old CRT? That's fun. It's just something that hits different about CRTs. in my grad school, there was a Smash Bros. Club. And I swear the school had a collection of CRTs just for those motherfuckers. Because they will swear to the end of days that like the response time of a CRT monitor or a CRT TV is like so much better than digital displays, and they're just like, if it is not on a CRT, it's bullshit. And the school just like, fine, we'll keep these dumb death boxes around for you. But I didn't read how big the tablet was the tech recommended. My PC is also borked and didn't know how it was supposed to. Then I'd be at 4 monitors and a tablet in the middle, but I had set the tablet as a monitor. Yeah, I have a display tablet. So that's one of the monitors. I used to really like Smash. Smash players ruined Smash Bros. Because everyone takes it so seriously. And it gets so sweaty. And I just want a fun little party brawler game, and then everyone treats it like a fighting game. And I'm just like, you killed it. You took all the fun out. I remember in high school there was a Smash Bros tournament, and I trained for this thing, right? I got up to the point where I could solo. I could 1-on-3 against max level computers. I thought I was doing good. I thought I was ready. Oh god, the stink. Agent Smith was right. It's the smell. Oh, I love you, Hugo Weaving. Absolute legend. Anyway, yeah, so I like got up to the point where it's like, yeah, I can fight max level computers. I can go 3v1. I'm ready. I went to the tournament. I got demolished. It wasn't even remotely a contest. I got knocked out round 1. The dude basically got a free ride to round 2. I was just like, well, that sucked. That was it wasn't the last time that I played Smash Bros. I played a little bit with friends. I think I bought the next one. But it was definitely kind of like... It was a realization of how severely some people take Smash Bros. And it only got worse from there. I feel like there was a minor saving grace, and that a lot of the sweaty tryhards kind of stuck with Melee when Brawl came out because they didn't like it as much. But it never really got better. Freaking Smash Bros. Players! They ruined Smash! Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. So I think it was a fun game. Like, I loved Smash Bros. Back in the day. And then it just kind of got to a point where there wasn't really anyone to play it with because, like, obviously not everyone takes Smash Bros. Seriously, right? There are people that play it casually, and that's fine. But there's kind of like a rising tide situation, right? That even if you don't take it seriously, you kind of have to take it a little bit seriously because you probably know somebody that takes it more seriously than you do and plays it really well, and so to not just get stomped on them, you have to sort of get up to their level. And it's just like, whatever. Nintendo BS around the restrictiveness of official even. Oh yeah, I don't even know where to begin with Nintendo just being so incredibly weird. I think Nintendo like actively hates their fans. So I have to give a concession. I think it is fairly well documented at this point. I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. More so of the company rather than the game developer. I think most of the game development division is pretty good. Pokemon. But you know, this whole thing of games being games rather than being collections of systems. My roommate made a very accurate point that Nintendo is one of the best people right now at just giving you a thing to play with. Still, right? Like Donkey Kong Bonanza is just like, you can break things. Go break things. Break things and see what happens. Break everything. Break the enemies. Break the platforms. Break the walls. Break the floor. Just demolish the entire level and see what happens. Like, that's fun. You know, Tears of the Kingdom, I'm not... The crafting system and the building system doesn't super gel with me, but I can understand the idea of just like, you got things. Put things together. Oh, made new thing. Bonk with new thing. Yes, Breath of the Wild Link might be a little bit of a caveman. I'm sorry, Cave Twink. Sorry. Okay, there's a little bit of fuddy-duddiness in here that I don't like, so I think I'm just gonna kind of smooth it out. I'm gonna fill this out. Shit! They found me! I'm sorry if the noise is coming through the mic. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Now, like I said, there are exceptions, right, to my postulating here. X4. Okay. Yeah, as long as it's not bothering you guys. That is the concern. X4 is a collection of systems, right? There's so many fucking systems in that game. But the systems are in service of gameplay, right? They're in service of creating the experience of being in this interplanetary macro economy and sort of building up your economic empire and your military empire and your diplomatic empire to sort of lead your coalition or your dominion to dominance. right? The systems that are there feel, I'm not gonna entirely say cohesive. I don't know that they are cohesive, but they are cooperative towards the end goal or the total experience. So I think that works, right? I think that is agreeable. I think something like Ubisoft, where there's this feeling of just like 20 bajillion mini games and collectibles that don't serve towards like creating a cohesive total experience, that's where I think it starts to fall apart. That's why I think people start to get the feeling, the exhaustion of just like, how much other shit do I need to do in this game? You know, I think MMOs run into that problem because there's so many currencies and content that you have to play repeatedly to either get the currency or get the exact drop that you wanted, or, you know, unlock a thing. Like in Star Citizen, they're doing the event that's running right now. Now all three versions, or all three stages of it, are up. The final one that gave me the paint job for my ship, I had to run the mission to take down the Polaris 10 times. And it was a fun enough mission that I didn't really mind running it 10 times. The first stage had a set of body armor that you could get, and I think I would have had to run the mission like 15 or 20 times, and I just looked at it and I was like, it's not worth it. I don't enjoy playing the mission enough, and the reward is not good enough to compensate. So I just didn't. I did it a couple of times. I was like, it's fine. It's fine. I don't care. Like, frankly, everything that they're putting into the game, I would expect is going to wind up in the game in some form later on. I'm gonna pour myself a fresh cup of tea, one moment. So, you know, just from like a dev standpoint, right? The game is still in development. At some point, they're gonna get to 1.0, and it's gonna be the official live release of the game. At some point. And when that happens, you know, more people are going to be coming into the game, more people are going to be playing it. It doesn't really make sense from the dev standpoint to have a bunch of content and assets that they spent all of this time making, but now people just can't get them anymore, right? It is entirely exclusive to the people that were playing during the development period. So, yeah, it might be that the particular skin, the particular decals and colors are exclusive and you can't get those anymore. But like that particular model of armor, I imagine other variants will be available in the future. And I'm not like so married to this one that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna spend the time grinding it out. And even if they do never reintroduce, it's like, fuck it, whatever. I would rather play the game to have fun than to collect everything. Okay, I think we're getting close. We might be able to finish this tonight. And if we don't, we might do the same thing as we did last week, where we do the drawing on Saturday first, and then play Ribbon after that. You think it would be unfair to blame gotchas for the state of modern gaming? Because I don't think gotchas... I think gotchas are the result of trends that were in place before gacha games became as popular as they are, right? I don't think they came up with the problems that we see. I don't think they are solely responsible. Okay. Yes, exactly. Thank you for putting into a single sentence what I am trying to ramble my way through. They're a symptom rather than the cause. The reason that I wonder if they are worth blaming is because once they became popular, everyone then doubled down on the things that gacha games are symptomatic of to try and get a slice of that pie. So yeah, they didn't come up with it. They are symptomatic of the trends that were already there, but then their success also caused everyone else to double down on the problems. So they kind of like came in and made everything worse by being successful, and then everyone else got jelly. I don't think they help their own existence by any means, but I do not think they are the roots of the tree. No, they are not the roots of the tree. I don't know what the right metaphor would be here. It's like the tree was already growing, and then gacha games like took the lessons from that and made their own like premium tree powered by bullshit, and that tree produced a bunch of fruit and everyone else went holy shit, and then they tried to copy the gacha tree into their own games. Yeah, I guess it's not Gotcha's fault just because we would have gotten to the state of things at some point, whether Gotcha games had taken off or not. I suppose that's reasonable. That's fair. But I would say Gotcha games accelerated it. Well, I think that's how we get to this sort of state of burnout, right? Because when gotchas run on short-term stimulation and reward systems, right? They're all about the excitement of a good pull, the accumulation of enough resources to let you do another one, right? Rinse and repeat the cycle. And they were successful. They made a shit ton of money, and so a bunch of other devs looked at what they did and then copied it into their own games, and now every game has some manner of loot boxes and dailies and things to do and things to grind for, and you're just like, I'm tired, boss. I don't want to keep doing this. I just want to play my game. I just want to play my game when I want to play it.
Oh boy, I love gambling. Nothing makes me feel more alive than the possibility of watching all my hard-earned credits evaporate into the ether.
I think loot boxes were the original cursed fruit of that branch. Yeah, because Overwatch, I want to say Overwatch is the one that really popularized the loot box. And that was 2016. So that preceded the great gotcha insanity, which I don't think really happened until Genshin in 2020. Right? But we had Overwatch, and then that trundled on for a while until we got to Star Wars Battlefront 2, which was so egregious that it got governments involved, and loot boxes fell out of favor. And we had a couple of relatively peaceful years as far as that's concerned, until the lockdown times. Yeah. I think we can. I'm not really going to try and defend Overwatch over much.
Word cloud.
But I think the one thing that I would sort of say in defense of Overwatch is you could absolutely play the game without ever even opening a loot box, right? All of the characters were available from day one. And when they introduced a new character, they were just available to play, right? The loot boxes were only for glamour items, cosmetic items, flare items, the idea of like introducing character unlocks or power-ups or weapon augmentations, that came from successive games. That was a big problem that brought Battlefront 2 down. Was we can put like crazy shit. We can put actual progression systems into the loot boxes. Yeah, we can be like, well, you don't have to buy it. You can just play the game and unlock the loot boxes that way. But then it took so long to get to a point where you would actually unlock everything that was like, no, you can't. You cannot practically reasonably do this. Then everyone called bullshit. And yes, okay, fine. It's Blizzard's fault. To the shock of absolutely no one, it's Blizzard's fault again. It's so sad. I used to be a big Blizzard fan. I used to really enjoy Blizzard as a company. I toured the campus once or twice. I knew people that worked at Blizzard. I applied to Blizzard multiple times. Never made it in, obviously, but would have loved to have worked there. Not so much now. And I still know people that work at Blizzard. But yeah, the company is not what it used to be. Okay, before I get too much deeper, before I forget, and for those stirring the pot, it's true. Yeah, these days I'm not really of a mind to like fault anybody for where they work, because yeah, you gotta work. Alright, now what's going to accomplish this look effectively? I don't think these are going to do a good job. There is... What are you doing? Yeah, that's no good. Yeah. It's true. At the end of the day, it's a jorb. You gotta do the jorb. I certainly don't agree with everything my company does. Why did you say you're changing color if you're... Oh, because it's based on brush pressure. Yeah, I don't like the shape of these leaves. Okay, where's my other set of them? There you are. Yeah. I love that meme. It's like, what is the nastiest shit that I've done for money? Working 9 to 5. is way too dense, but actually we can cut it down. Yeah, see, the problem is the way that it is blending. Up in the foreground is like way too obvious. I think we're just gonna stick to a few sparse leaves. Alright, and then we're just gonna come in here and sort of explain it a little bit better. Clean up some of the shapes because these brushes do not like being this big. They're getting a little bit pixelated. Good. I think it's fine not to go crazy on the front. Was playful hunt knowing they were seen. Yeah, I just want to put a little bit, right? Might even get rid of these guys. Maybe put it back to like just that much. And we can sort of build the shape out a little bit. There's a little bit of falling in the front. No, let's leave that overlap, right? Overlap gives a good sense of depth. That's good. Yeah. I agree. I'm trying to sort of lean into the idea. Figure out what's gonna, as you say, sort of support it and make it stronger. rather than sort of force it to be something else. Actually, yeah, let's get rid of these guys. I think they're not really adding much to the conversation. So we can clear all that out. I'm just sort of getting confused with the background, right? Do some of these leaves down a little bit to clean up the edges instead of building them up. Yeah. I personally really don't like when... So obviously having motion in a picture is perfectly fine. I think it works well, right? It can be really evocative and powerful. The way this is covering the hand, I don't like. I do want to have some foreground cover, as you say. I think not too much, just because we do want to be able to see her, but enough to give that sort of camouflage, sneaking through the bushes look. Okay, so I don't like, in a lot of cases, particularly blurring to imply motion. I think that tends to look really unpleasant. I think that looks ugly and unfocused. Motion lines are okay. I think motion lines are, they're not bad. They're a little bit simplified, in my opinion. It's kind of like how in editorial comics, they'll just write the name of the person or the thing that they're satirizing on the topic, right? Like, it's fine, it gets the message across, but it's not the most creative. The one that I think, I'll try and do an example of this, so I'm not particularly good at it, I think I would say. But, say you wanted to, like, draw someone doing like a round, let's do like a roundhouse kick, right? How would I want to draw this? So, let's say you got the person sort of going like this, head's back here. No, that's not quite right. Okay, so hips are up like this. Body's sort of going back in space like this. You got this leg sort of underneath, providing the support. You got the arms sort of like out to balance. So, the big one is the kicking leg, right? How do you get that to like show the motion? So what I find I enjoy, what I think is sort of the most evocative, is to have the shape there and then like deliberately break it up in a way, right? Sort of like build the motion lines and the blur into the rendering of the shape. This is a really shitty example, but hopefully it kind of gets the idea across. Maybe like sort of out of the back foot, you sort of have this like motion blur. You know, because of the way cameras work, right? Stuff becomes blurry if it's not in focus, right? The edges lose their definition, everything sort of diffuses into obscure shapes, right? You go from this to that. Don't do that. Don't do that when an object is not in focus. Because, and you know, this is very subjective. This is me complaining about stuff that I see people do. But if the viewer is looking at a painting, looking at a drawing, looking at an image, and they see something in the background, and they're like, that's really interesting. I would like to focus on that and know more about it. All they get is a headache because the image, the object, is not coming into focus the way that it should be. Right? Like they have shifted their focus to the distant object or the near object, and it is not coming into clarity like the brain would expect it to, and it gets upset. So I just had this on my Pixit or my PureRef board. You know, instead you have something like this. So like the windmill is very well rendered, right? The tree has a lot of breakup in the foliage. The focal point gets the most attention. It has the most detail. It is well rendered and well considered. You know, the grass in the foreground has some good consideration. You can see some track marks in the road. That makes a lot of sense. As you get out into the mountains, into the background, it's almost just a silhouette, right? They haven't blurred it, but they have obfuscated the detail. They have taken it out of focus by making the object less precise. The stroke work, the definition of the shape, is still precise. But this is a more natural, better application of focus, right? Like look at this windmill in comparison to the foreground windmill, right? Like it's got the silhouette, it's got some breakup of shape, but there's no, you know, attempts to render the particulars of the roof, the walkway, the shingles. It's just a shape. It's a shape with just a little bit of breakup. You know, these trees in the background are just blob, blob, little bit of like large form lighting, but no attempts to render the particulars of the leaves or the secondary or tertiary forms. This, in my opinion, is a much better way to draw focus. Don't blur it. Don't blur it. It's just going to give your viewer a headache. And conversely, I think the placement of leaves that we have here is pretty good. But I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to darken them more. Two, I'm going to desaturate them a lot, because the saturation is distracting. I want sort of the impression of there being like this framing of leaves, and we're sort of looking from a shaded area into a more well-lit area. So we're getting the dark side of the foliage and it's just sort of providing a silhouette rather than being like a lit object in the foreground, because that would distract from the obvious focal point, which is our character. Okay. Take our leaves brush. And we're gonna add a few more. Leaves behind her, just because I want to sort of get this like layering effect going. And sort of having like the warmest tones be on her helps her stand out a bit from the background. I think we're gonna do a little bit of this as well. Well, that didn't work. Hang on. I did that on the wrong layer. I fucked up. There we go. Okay, I think that's working. I'm gonna try one more thing just to sort of see if we can bring some of this a bit closer together. Okay, I kind of like what that's doing. But like, it's subtle, right? There's a little bit of lightning, but it's not so much that it's distracting. But actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna sort of pull it farther down. I'll go ahead and pop it up a bit. And then I want to take it off of this one because I still want those to be shaded. I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that works. Does she have a shape for her highlights? No, not particularly. So I'm gonna sort of reflect the shape of the pupil a bit. That sort of pointed edge. she's got some sort of yellow highlight on her eyelashes I forgot to include. Yeah. Okay. And now we get to do one of my favorite things. We got all the little loose hair strands. A little touch that just makes it feel more natural. Less perfect, you know? Not to mention it's a good sanity check on the hair detail. We got a tangent going on right here. I don't like that. Don't like that, no I don't. The only tangents allowed are the ones that I wander off into. Not in my drawings. Ooh. Put a little bit more detail into the eye here. Get a little bit of the duct work going on. Get a bit more, a bit redder. Grab a little bit of this, fold around the eye. Oh. Alright, and then we'll grab a little bit of this to backfill the inside of the eyelashes. Darken it up a little bit as it gets up into the corner. Soften this out of here. I think we're gonna call this one done tonight. I think it is far enough along that, you know, whatever we get done in the next half an hour or so, it's probably going to be enough to call it. I don't really see it being necessary to pull this up for another session, you know. There are probably things that I could clean up and do a little bit better, but I feel like all of the sort of VTuber speedworks that we have done this year have been not about perfection, you know. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. So I feel like this has been what I will say I'm really quite happy with. So it was a few drawings back, and it wasn't one that I can show on stream. But I feel like there's sort of a point where I started to realize, like, oh, this is what I want to do with the skin tones. This is what I'm trying to get at, right? And so there was a little bit of figuring it out with this drawing, right? You can see there's a little bit of that like purple mid-tone on some of the shading, right? Like right sort of on the boundary of the shadow, we get a little bit of that. Perfection even real? No. I'm sorry to just like put an answer to it instantly, but no, there is no perfection. There's stuff that could be refined, and a lot of times what I will sort of do is get to the point where I'm like, I don't get the sense of there being stuff to refine anymore. Like, it would just be kind of busy work with diminishing returns. So we did that one. We've got this one, right? Did some of that. You can really see it in the hands and on the arms. We got the mid-tone. You can see it some on the face. And then, you know, we just did this one, where we've got quite a bit of it going on. And then, you know, sort of at the 11th hour, we added in some of this foliage breakup to really sort of add a little extra detail and get something fun going on, right? Add a little bit of personality. So sort of looking at these in sequence, I feel like this one is the real sort of like stress test, right? Really substantial difference in the shadow tones versus the lit tones, seeing how that mid-tone can really sort of carry the transition between the two. You know, drawing in the foliage breakup much more deliberately and sort of playing around those elements. So with all of that sort of in consideration, I'm quite happy with how this one has come along. If perfection was real, we would be stagnant. Perfect means nothing to improve or deviate from, and that would be a boring world. That is also true. That is, okay, so artists, particularly, you know, professional artists, people that put a lot of study into it, like to talk about the old masters, right? Michelangelo, Raphael, Leonardo, the Ninja Turtles, right? But you know, the great artists that have sort of established bodies of work that are so objectively well executed that we can just continue to study them forever. And, you know, I will fully acknowledge, like, just earlier this year, I was looking at stuff that Raphael was doing, and I was like, holy shit, I'm learning stuff from looking at this guy's body of work. So I think it's absolutely true. I think it is absolutely true to look at what has come before and study it and learn from it and grow from it. I think part of the resistance that I had to that methodology for a while was some people, I feel like they do that, but they do it in this sort of reverent way of like, the old masters have already made the best artwork that is going to be made. Which to me is always just like, then why are you doing anything? If you already feel like you can't do better than what has come before, then what are you doing? Why are you here? I don't know, it was always sort of a weird mentality to me. And I don't think I'm ever necessarily going to achieve like what Raphael was able to, but I don't know. I don't look at the works of Renaissance painters as some unreachable plateau that we somehow peaked 500 years ago and it's just been downhill from there. But yes, the pursuit of perfection is a fool's errand. As you say, there cannot be perfect. And even if one were to achieve it, it means that there's nothing else left to do. You just go home and watch a sunrise on a grateful universe. So yeah, at this point, I think we have pretty much everything we need to. We've got everything aligned pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. It's mostly just sort of going in and going like, all right, you know, we can add a bit more breakup here, a little hair detail there. Just sort of add that little extra pizzazz. Yeah, this. Most of this leaf is fine. I want to clean up the shape a little bit, and then we've got these sort of weird colorations right along the bottom corner here. I want to leave a little bit of it, just because I like sort of explaining how the leaf merges with the tail. But clean up most of it. We've sort of got this leaf coming off with this spine, and the rest of the tail is shaded by it. A little bit of that yellow sitting right along the border. Wrong way. I'm not sure quite what was going on in here, so I'm just gonna simplify the shape a little bit. You can add another leaf kind of coming, jutting through like this. Oh, there was supposed to be a gold band in there. Damn it! Oh, there's a little gold cap that sits on her tail, and I forgot about it. Oh no. Right, I think that'll be sort of the last major touch-up, clean-up, adding in the filigree to her tail. Should I do this on its own layer? Probably. Is it too late for that? A little bit. Save. Okay, let's grab a little bit of this in here for the highlight. Oh, I chipped the nail. last little bit of this that we're gonna try and figure out, and we'll do this one on a separate layer because it's a bit more involved than the other one, is she has a gold bangle of sorts. This is on top of the tail like this. Two layers. Good. Good. Good, 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 good. Excuse me. One second. Where's my mouse? There you go. Sorry. Okay. And then should be the final layer. Comes right up through here. This. I'm gonna come in with the sharp brush. Lay that in nice and heavy. Oh. That's not the right brush. I think that works. I think it's pretty good. But we gotta do one thing. Because this currently has no contact shadow. So it's just kind of sitting, floating on top of the tail. There's no sense of connection between the two. Just a bit more. Good. Mm-hmm. Okay. We need to check on Malia's schedule and see when she's going to be on. I like to deliver the drawings in person if I can, but that's just me being vain. I don't know. I like seeing people react to it. I like knowing that I made them happy. It gives me a little fuzzy feeling. On Sunday, you say? Okay. Yeah, we'll have to sit on this one for a little bit, but that's okay. I'll try doing one little thing. Just want to lighten the horns up a little bit along here. Getting a little bit more of their natural light tone brought back in. So something like that. You reduce it ever so slightly around that bend, underside curve, and then let's do like 50%, and then we'll duplicate it and set it to an overlay. The typo in the schedule says the September date, so not shared correct. Alright, that's fair. Well, I think what I'm probably going to end up doing anyway. I mean, we'll save it out. We'll have it ready. I follow her. For some reason, I'm not on her Discord. I'll have to amend that. I don't like that part. Too dark, too contrasty. Distracting. That is the one thing about the random brushes. Like, they're really good for adding in that sort of unpredictable factor that can really sort of help things out. But you also gotta put in some manual effort, right? Get rid of those weird little elements that aren't working. One more thing I want to try and see how it looks. You know what I was saying about the sun rays, the light rays, being a little too graphic in some situations. I don't know if I want to go with this, but it's kind of working. I think a nice 50% sort of gives it the correct intensity. It's not distracting. It has just a little bit of texture. I can work with that. I think that's alright. See, Aloy. Add Horizon to MTG. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you had a good day. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Right, I see one last thing I want to touch up. Then we'll do our post-processing. Oh, Horizon Secret Lair. Gotcha, gotcha. I do enjoy a lot of the artwork in Magic the Gathering. It's like the only reason I've ever bought cards is because they're pretty. A little bit of texture, secondary shape in there. Maybe one more crown to the hairline. There we go. Nice. Nighty night, Mage. I realize a little thing that I missed. I'm just gonna put a touch of polish on this here. I'm getting a little bit of translucency, it looks like, for some reason. Hair isn't quite fully worked through. There we go. Fill that out a little bit more. Good, good, good. Get rid of a little bit of the prep work. There we go. Alright. So, what I want to do, we're gonna create a copied layer. I just want to grab this ear right here. I'm gonna grab this bit. Delete the rest of it. Bring it down here. And then, so I'm realizing a little bit of Amalia's other ear is visible behind her hair. Not a lot of it, but like yay amount. So we're going to copy it, and then just because of the sort of positioning of the light, I'm going to pop up this much, a little bit, right? Just to differentiate them a teensy bit. Nudge the shape slightly. A little bit of cast shadow by the hair. merge it in. I'll go ahead and hide the palette. I don't think we need that at this point. And that leaves only one thing to do. Well, first we're gonna do the post-processing. Hide those for a second. We're gonna create a merge layer. Desaturate it. Then we're gonna throw all of these together, like so. Let that overlay. Watch it. I almost like it, but it kind of blows some stuff out, so we're gonna reduce it. Yeah, that goes pretty hard. That works pretty well, I think. And now, the true final thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. One, I think we employed a lot of the shading ideas, the shading techniques, pretty effectively. Two, we started working on this on Tuesday. Like, granted, we had the idea that we had initially laid down in September, but we still did a lot of reworking of the sketch on Tuesday. So this might be the fastest that we've kicked one of these out. Thank you. I don't know about masterpiece, but I appreciate it. Wowie zowie. This was fun to work on. This was fun to figure out. And thank you, Tunes, for being here with me while we work through it. Don't let Mario see it. He's not an art person. Yeah, he's just gonna try and headbutt it. Yeah, so one of the things that I really like about this, one of the things that I'm feeling nice is, I think, in my mind it is important to not render everything exactly the same way, right? Like, metals have a certain texture, skin has a certain texture, hair has a texture, cloth has a texture, right? To make everything feel more tactile, there should be a difference, right? I feel like we hit that pretty successfully here. The tail is still skin, but it's a little Oh, I did see there was a new trailer. I haven't watched it. I still haven't watched the first Mario movie. One of those things like, yeah, I'll get around to it. Yeah, the tail has its own texture, the skin has its own texture, the little metal filigrees on the ring and the tail have their own. I like it. And yeah, there's like just enough in the environment to like set the stage and have a level of intricacy, as you say, but it's not enough to be distracting. I like that. I feel like this came together surprisingly effectively. I'm glad, and I appreciate everyone being here while we chilled out. And I would say it's trash if the art is made by AI. I'd say that's 99% true. I reserve the right to judge some pieces of work. I think more often I would judge it on the intent rather than the method or the content. Well, yeah, the content more than the technique or the execution. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna shut down the YouTube VOD. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad. Thank you for hanging out, VOD squad. And we're gonna go find somebody to go chill out with for the rest of the night. And see who is online and hanging out and being cool. Let's see. Surprise, surprise, Coco is playing Arc Raiders. Let's see, Boru and Falcon. Melcy are playing Faye. He's working on some art. Evil is raiding. Ali is playing a fighting game. Playing Grand Blue. Let's see. Ivy is playing Peak with Kisa. Oh, Mia's back from her vacation. She's playing Hades. That's cool. Hope she had a good time. I'll check in with her later. Who else do we wanna... Who do we feel like hanging out with tonight? So many cool people. Not enough time to say hello to everyone. Sorry, I had a moment where I had like narrowed it down to 2 people, but then the thought flew away.